Designed and developed for the tasks in hand, the two veteran spacewalkers will remove thermal insulation, a debris shield, vent the current cooling loop supply of carbon dioxide, and then perform intricate, invasive work to cut stainless steel tubing and flex lines, performing what in essence will be bypass surgery to equip the new pump assembly with the reconstructed cooling lines, as well as power and data connections. These spacewalks were first designed and began to be formulated some 4 years ago with a cast of thousands, bringing us to this day the first of at least 4 spacewalks to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Today's spacewalk will be the 222nd spacewalk in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 9th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year, the 3rd spacewalk for Luca Parmitano. In his 2 previous spacewalks, he has logged 7 hours and 39 minutes of spacewalking time. This will be the 4th spacewalk for Drew Morgan since his arrival on board the International Space Station in July. 3 previous spacewalks have totaled 20 hours and 18 minutes of spacewalking time for Morgan. Back in the airlock, you have been watching at the hatchway between the equipment lock section where the crew is currently suited up and the crew lock section, which is the outmost compartment of the 2-compartment Quest airlock. Christina Cook, who has been the prime to help suit up Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan this morning. In the near field of view is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who has been assisting Cook in the suit-up procedures and will be the prime robotic operator operating the Canadarm2 robotic arm to maneuver Luca Parmitano around during all 4 spacewalks into various tight spaces in the Worksite on the starboard 3 truss of the International Space Station, where the alpha magnetic spectrometer is located. As you see on the right, Luca Parmitano with the Italian flag on his left shoulder. He is designated as EV1, or extravehicular crew member number 1, for today's spacewalk, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes. His helmet camera, the view that you will see basically over his shoulder as he performs work outside of the International Space Station today, will have the number designation of 11 in the lower right-hand corner of your screen once those helmet camera views are activated. Drew Morgan on your left is designated today as EV2, or extravehicular crew member number 2, wearing the suit with no stripes. His helmet camera number, when you see the views over his shoulder today, will be number 18. As we look at Morgan on your left, Parmitano on your right, in real time here today, as they are right on the timeline preparing for a spacewalk that is scheduled to begin at approximately 6:05 a.m. Central Time, we dial back the clock 24 hours to yesterday, where Morgan and Parmitano in the airlock preparing their suits paid homage on the 50th anniversary of the launch of Apollo 12 on humanity's 2nd lunar landing on the moon. They wore black horn-rimmed glasses, black skinny ties, and white shirts, just as NASA flight controllers did in the Apollo flight control room 50 years ago for the Apollo 12 mission under the command of Pete Conrad, along with Dick Gordon and the late Alan Bean, whose name is born on the Cygnus, a cargo craft that arrived at the International Space Station just a couple of weeks ago. This was now back into our live view of the airlock as Jessica Meir and Christina Cook are preparing to help the crew don safer jetpacks. You see the word safer, that is the acronym for Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, jet-powered backpacks that are affixed to the back of the crew members' suits so that they have a propulsive capability in the highly unlikely event they would become untethered during the course of today's spacewalk. It was May 16, 2011, when the Space Shuttle Endeavour lifted off from its launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center on its final flight. The alpha magnetic spectrometer nestled at the rear of its cargo bay en route to the International Space Station to deliver this cosmic ray detector that will be the subject of all of the work associated with at least 4 spacewalks to repair and replace its cooling system. This view shows the alpha magnetic spectrometer being lifted out of the cargo bay with the shuttle's robotic arm that was operated by Drew Feustel and Roberto Vittori of the European Space Agency. They handed off the AMS to the Canadarm2 robotic arm under the controls of NASA astronauts Greg Chamitoff and Greg Box-Johnson, who installed the AMS on the starboard 3 truss of the International Space Station, where it currently resides to this day, having acquired some 140 billion detections of cosmic ray events in the universe and the study of dark matter and antimatter. The International Space Station is currently flying over the western Pacific on a trajectory from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator, orbiting at an altitude of some 255 statute miles. The spacewalk that is looming on the horizon today for Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan, again, the first of at least 4 excursions outside of the Quest airlock to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Today's spacewalk is essentially a scene setter in which work will be done to prepare for some of the more invasive work that will take place in the spacewalks to follow. John Molarski is the lead spacewalk officer for all of these alpha magnetic spectrometer repair excursions. He recently sat down and provided a narrated view of through the animation in our virtual reality laboratory of what you will see later today as Parmitano and Morgan conduct their spacewalk.
Crew will be starting out on the first of the AMS repair EVAs. Here we've got Luca Parmitano as EV1 and Drew Morgan as EV2. Luca is here picking up the whiff extender to install on the end of the Canadarm2, while Drew is bringing out some tool bags, stowing them on the outside of the airlock, and also bringing some with him to translate up the truss as well. Here Luca is proceeding up to meet the Canadarm2, where he will start configuring that for the start of this repair series. From here, Drew will pass by Luca, head all the way out to AMS to the Express Logistics Carrier 2, where he will start setting up bags. Drew will make several trips between the airlock and the Express Logistics Carrier in order to bring all the tools for the repairs out to the worksite and have them staged and ready for Luca's arrival with the SSRMS. So here Luca will be setting up the whiff extender, followed by the articulating portable foot restraint, which will give him the reach necessary to perform the repairs on AMS, since there are no handrails currently installed on that payload for repair activities. Once Luca has his tool bag and is on the end of the SSRMS, he will fly a sweeping range of motion that will take him well over top of the ISS, where he will get a great view of the space station and be able to take lots of video and photos that we can use to keep an eye on the state of the station. As the arm is stretched out and wrapped around the AMS, there will be several places of tight clearances the arm operators will have to negotiate for Luca's at the aft and outboard worksite here. You can see him flying up over top of the truss, where the arm will wrap around the backside of AMS and push him in between AMS and the ELC in order to reach the worksite to repair AMS's thermal pump system. Once Luca is at that worksite, he'll be removing a debris shield working with Drew to access the primary work area of the AMS repair. Here they're installing a handling aid that'll be used to handle this debris shield after it's removed. There are about a dozen non-captive fasteners that'll be removed in order to release this debris shield. Several will be under these capture cages and they'll be trapped that way, and several will be released using capture forks to be put into a separate capture block so that they are managed and not released as FOD. Once all the fasteners are released from the debris shield, Luca will hand it off to Drew, who will be in his own foot restraint, and he will face aft on the ISS and jettison that debris shield. Due to its large size, it is not easy to put that back at the airlock, so jettison is the optimum choice for that shield. Once the debris shield has been removed and jettisoned, Luca and Drew will work together to install other handrails. Here we've installed the first 3 handrails, the diagonal beam handrail. Then Drew will hand over 2 more handrails that Luca will install, that they are the vacuum case handrails. This will allow Luca and Drew better access and mobility at the work site in preparation for the 2nd through 4th EVA of the series. Following the handrail installation, crews will close up their tool bags and make their way back to the airlock. Here Luca is on the end of the arm and will repeat his translation on the end of the arm back to the front of the truss. While he's flying on the arm, Drew will translate around the outside of the ELC and translate back under the mobile transporter back to the airlock for the end of the first of the AMS repair EVAs.
That's a snapshot of today's initial spacewalk, the first of at least 4 spacewalks to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Back now live inside the Quest airlock, Christina Cook on the right, along with Jessica Meir, about to assist Luca Parmitano, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes, into the crew lock section of Quest. It is a 2-compartment airlock. Once he and Drew Morgan are safely snuggled inside the crew lock, that hatch will be closed, setting the stage for the depressurization of the airlock itself. That will be the precursor to the 2 crew members placing their suits on internal battery power to mark the official start of today's spacewalks. A U.S.-based spacewalk is measured, the elapsed time is measured from the time the crew places their suits on internal battery power until the time the airlock is repressurized at the conclusion of the spacewalk when they're safely back inside. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is conducting a handover from the Orbit 1 team. The Orbit 2 team will be executing today's spacewalk under the direction of Flight Director Jeff Radigan. We'll talk more about the players on console in a moment. One of the prominent figures that you'll be hearing throughout the course of today's planned 6.5-hour spacewalk is the so-called ground IV, or intravehicular crew member, essentially a spacewalk Capcom, or capsule communicator, talking directly to the 2 spacewalkers, helping them choreograph today's excursion. The tasks for all 4 spacewalks in the communications to Parmitano and Morgan outside of the International Space Station falls into the hands of Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. You'll see more of him on console as the day wears on. Hansen trained extensively on all of the work associated with the alpha magnetic spectrometer, along with Chris Cassidy, the veteran NASA astronaut who was recently assigned to fly on a Soyuz vehicle back for another long-duration mission to the International Space Station next April. I sat down recently with Chris Cassidy to talk about several items related to the alpha magnetic spectrometer spacewalks, one of which he discussed the complexity of the tasks at hand.
Very complex. Hubble spacewalks were analogous in their complexity. You know, there's probably some arm wrestling going back and forth about which one is more complex. I'll stay out of that argument. But nonetheless, really, really super challenging. The way I like to describe it, Rob, to people is, imagine you have your minivan, and you have to replace the fuel pump line, which is in the minivan underneath the 2nd row seat. To get there, in your ski parka and ski gloves, you have to take off the back hatch, you have to remove the back seat, pull up the carpet and the paneling, now get to the fuel line, cut the fuel line in 8 places, and then build everything back up and hope that there's no leak when you do it. And all of this in the vacuum of space, in microgravity, and with the spacesuit on. It's just, that does a way in a way that describes the complexity, but that's just scratching the surface on some of the technical challenges that this team has had putting these together.
Veteran astronaut Chris Cassidy, who was instrumental in the initial design of many of the techniques as well as the tools that will be employed during the 4 spacewalks, the minimum of 4 spacewalks that will be required for the alpha magnetic spectrometer repairs that get underway a short time from now. The key word for all of this is expect the unexpected. We're walking into uncharted territory with some of the work involved, the invasive surgery to repair, to cut tubes and to splice together lines, cooling lines for the new pump module package that will be used to revive the cooling system of the alpha magnetic spectrometer later on in this series of spacewalks. Some 20 plus newly designed, specially designed tools will be used during the spacewalks themselves. One of the items you'll be hearing about today is a debris shield handling aid that will be installed by Parmitano and Morgan on the debris shield that bears the logo on the alpha magnetic spectrometer itself to provide the crew interface for the removal, the temporary stowage, and the jettisoning of this debris shield. We'll talk more about the jettisoning of objects in just a moment. Also, one of the unique tools involved is a wire tie cutting tool. A team of community college students from Lone Star College Sci-Fair here in Houston designed a zip tie cutter that can cut and retain zip ties during today's spacewalk, late in the spacewalk, and at the beginning of the second spacewalk 1 week from today. The Johnson Space Center's Spacewalk Tools Group and the Engineering Directorate modified that tool for flight, and it's now going to be used during the first 2 spacewalks in support of the repair of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. This tool design was first tested in the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, the big pool here at the Johnson Space Center, by divers using microgene next testing, and then on to other testing by astronaut Chris Cassidy during the variety of the tool testing that has gone on in support of today's activities. So the students have been directly involved in that. Let's hear a little bit more about this unique tool designed by the students from Chris Cassidy himself.
I think this was prototype number 1 that I'm holding in my hands right now. And it might be challenging to see, but there's a little groove down there, and you push the plunger and a guillotine chops the zip tie. And this was good for a first take, but then the force is purely on your thumb. And in some cases it was challenging to kind of push through a particularly tough zip tie. So we said, hey, maybe you could get some more force or force assist actually in there. And then what about when you cut it now, if your thumb slips off, you release it and the zip tie floats away. So we thought maybe it'd be cool if you could capture somehow the zip tie and keep it. And so with those comments, we came back with, this is the final answer, which you simply press this lever, which is a significant less force than what is being delivered to the zip tie. So you can really slam that guillotine down with there, and there's some mechanical advantages inside. And you'll notice, I don't know if you can see, but the guillotine is fixed now in the down position. So it cuts it and grips it. And the tool now has the cut zip tie in it. We can take this tool and put the whole end of the tool into a trash bag and push this button, which does 2 things. It cocks it for the next operation and also releases the guillotine, and whiz bang, the zip tie is now in the trash bag. Just a simple tool, elegant in its simplicity, and super, super useful beyond AMS. This is going to be a nice tool for us on the rest of the space station.
But testimony to youth and innovation and even coming up with this concept.
Absolutely. You know, throw challenging problems to bright young kids and you're going to get some amazing solutions, and this is just one of many examples in our space program.
Veteran astronaut Chris Cassidy talking to us recently about this unique tool developed by students, STEM students involved in the innovation part of contributions to our nation's space program. Here in Mission Control, you're looking at Flight Director Jeff Radigan in the black shirt. He will be presiding over the first 2 spacewalks, both today and a week from today. He'll swap places with veteran Flight Director Emily Nelson, who will be seated next to Radigan once we get the spacewalk underway. Nelson will be the lead flight director for the 3rd and 4th spacewalks in this series, with Radigan by her side. The complexity of this quartet of spacewalks required a pair of flight directors, although many of the other flight control positions will be consistent throughout the course of the spacewalking activities over the next few weeks. To Radigan's right is veteran astronaut Mark Vande Hei, who will be assisting today on console, talking to the crew until they are ready to exit the Quest airlock. And to his right is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, as we mentioned, who will be the voice you will hear choreographing today's spacewalk once Parmitano and Morgan move outside into the vacuum of space. The International Space Station is currently flying directly over Seattle, crossing the west coast of the United States, moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. In the Quest airlock, Luca Parmitano is inside the crew lock. Drew Morgan is having the safer simplified aid for EVA rescue jetpack affixed to the back of his suit. He will be maneuvered inside the crew lock momentarily under the guidance of Christina Cook and Jessica Meir. And once that occurs, the hatch to the crew lock will be closed, and we will get a go for the depressurization of the crew lock that will take it down from 14.7 pounds per square inch of pressure down to vacuum in a 2-step fashion as they halt the depressurization at about the 5 pound per square inch mark to enable systems checks and voice checks with the spacewalking crew inside the crew lock to be conducted with Mission Control before that depressurization resumes down to vacuum. This is Mission Control Houston. Everything proceeding right on the timeline for the start of today's spacewalk. A little bit more than an hour from now. Again, Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan are now inside the crew lock section of the Quest airlock with the assistance of Christina Cook and Jessica Meir. Soon the hatch will be closed, separating the equipment lock section, which is the closest compartment to this camera field of view from the crew lock. And within just a few minutes, Flight Director Jeff Radigan here in Mission Control will poll his flight controllers to get a go for depressurization of the crew lock once that hatch is closed. The spacewalks, today's at least, scheduled for 6.5 hours in duration, but we fully expect that these spacewalks could stretch longer than that, all of them. Again, many of the tasks that have been intensely rehearsed over the course of the past several years by Morgan and Parmitano before they launched to the International Space Station back in July, and with the teams both here and in Europe having worked extensively in the development of tools and techniques for the repair of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. All of these tasks are well understood. However, there is a lot of work that's involved with the splicing of the cutting and splicing of stainless steel tubes and other cooling lines that takes us into uncharted territory in terms of invasive surgery of this instrument to restore its cooling capability. Designed to operate for just 3 years, the alpha magnetic spectrometer has operated longer than anyone had expected, currently having detected more than 145 billion cosmic rays during 8.5 years of operation. To repair this instrument, Parmitano and Morgan will have to cut through 8 small coolant lines and splice in or swage. You'll hear that term frequently applied. That's an industrial engineering term, the word swage, to splice in new lines leading to the new pump module, the upgraded thermal tracker system that was launched to the space station on the Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft earlier this month. This pump module is scheduled to be installed with its new coolant lines, its spliced coolant lines, to be hooked up on the 3rd in the series of spacewalks. Flight Director Jeff Radigan is now currently polling his team of flight controllers to get a go for depressurization of the crew lock once that hatch is closed. All flight control have been polled and are go for the start of depressurization of the Quest airlock. You see in the field of view John Molarski, who is the lead spacewalk officer for all of the alpha magnetic spectrometer excursions, the first of which soon to begin by Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan. Again, this will be the 3rd spacewalk in Parmitano's career, the 4th for Drew Morgan since he arrived on board the International Space Station in July. Molarski has worked extensively with both Parmitano and Morgan in the development of the timelines and techniques that will be employed in this complicated work, the most complex work of any spacewalks since the Hubble Space Telescope servicing missions.
Houston, airlock on 1.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Hello, Mark. We are complete through step 62 in procedure 1.225. We are going to skip 63 for now, if you concur, and we're checking the clock.
We concur, and you can pick up in step 64.
Okay, so you're confirming the 100-minute pre-breathe clock?
Affirmative.
Okay, good news. We will pick up in 64.
Jessica Meir talking to spacecraft communicator Mark Vandehei here in Mission Control. You're looking at Meir in the foreground and Christina Cook at the hatchway to the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. They made history back on October 18th, just a few weeks ago, when they ventured outside for the repair of the replacement of a battery-charged discharge unit on the International Space Station's power system, performing the first all-female spacewalk in the history of human spaceflight. Jessica Meir will be at the controls of the Canadarm2 robotic arm to move Luca Parmitano about like a telephone repairman at the end of a cherry picker during the course of all of these spacewalks, placing him in close proximity at the Worksite on the starboard 3 truss of the International Space Station, as Christina Cook, who was in charge of suit-up operations today, closes the hatch to the crew lock section of Quest, isolating Parmitano and Morgan.
Airlock on 1.
Go ahead, Jessica.
We have completed step 70 and 71 of 1.225.
Copy.
Jessica Meir reporting by the numbers what in English translates to the closing of the hatch between the equipment lock and the crew lock section of Quest. The next step will be the start of the depressurization of the crew lock section of Quest to bring it down to vacuum in a 2-step process.
And Mark, is that 72 is in work or is it complete?
Good call. That's in work. Thanks for asking.
We'll stand by. Thanks.
Airlock Houston on Space to Ground 1, just a heads up, you are hot mics. And Jessica and Christina, we are still working on step 72.
Copy. You still have step 72 in work.
Good copy.
Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Drew and Luca.
Good morning, Mark. It's great to have you.
It's great to be able to be involved in this team. I'm looking forward to the day. And Airlock Houston on Space to Ground 1, you are go to pick up in step 73 and continue through step 76. You have the go in step 76.
We copy all, Mark. Thanks. EV crew, this is Christina and Jessica. We're going to be leading you through a couple steps and then in the first part of the depress cue card. Drew, your first step is to check that the depress pump power switch is off, OFF.
Depress pump power off, OFF.
Check that the depress pump enable LED is on, ON.
Enable light is on, green.
Okay, moving to the airlock or the crew lock depress card. Drew, for you, you're going to switch the depress pump power to on, ON, and we'll be waiting 10 seconds after.
Depress pump power is on, ON.
Copy. Drew, for you, take the depress pump man ISO valve to open. Expect alert tone.
Depress pump man ISO valve open.
Copy. You both will monitor that your suit P gauge stays lower than 5.5. If it goes higher than 5.5.
And here in Mission Control, flight controllers report that the depressurization of the crew lock is now underway, right on schedule. Christina Cook in the field of view, having accumulated 4 spacewalks on her resume to date. 27 hours and 48 minutes of spacewalking time for Christina Cook since she arrived on board the International Space Station back in March for the start of what ultimately will be a 28-day mission in space.
Your statuses of the airlock pressure from your DCM as available.
13.0. I'll call it after 1 PSI.
Copy that. Thank you.
Today's spacewalk, again, slated for about 6.5 hours in duration, could go longer, of course, will basically set the stage for all the rest of the work that will be inside of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. The down and dirty work to cut cooling lines and splice new cooling lines together in preparation for the installation of the new cooling pump that will be installed on the alpha magnetic spectrometer itself. Today's work will set up the Canadarm2 robotic arm that Luca Parmitano will be riding towards the starboard 3 truss of the International Space Station to the AMS Worksite. The 2 crew members, Parmitano and Morgan, will be working to remove the debris shield off of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. This task list that you see here basically lists all of the objectives for today's initial spacewalk. The removal of that debris shield is slated for about 2.5 hours out of today's budget of activities. It involves the removal of 13 non-captive fasteners. And then once the shield is removed, that shield is 50 inches by 25 inches by 7.5 inches, weighs about 20 pounds here on Earth. Drew Morgan will be the one who will actually jettison that debris shield aft of the International Space Station. The analysis has been done by our trajectory and ballistics flight controllers, and it can be jettisoned at a particular angle with no possibility for recontact with the International Space Station. The crew will then install handrails on the alpha magnetic spectrometer to help assist as they work in the vicinity of installation of the new pump package on the subsequent spacewalks that will follow today's excursion. And then they'll be removing thermal insulation and zip ties on what is called the vertical support beam. The vertical support beam is what houses the stainless steel cooling tubes and that run to the old pump on the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Again, 4 pumps, 2 cooling loops in the old system. 3 of those pumps have failed. The 4th pump is in the process of failing. It will be replaced with the new thermal tracker system that was carried up on the Cygnus cargo craft to the station a couple of weeks ago, integrating 2 separate cooling loops into one much more robust cooling loop for the lifetime of the station.
Point zero.
Copy 9. You guys have your PPRVs sounding?
Roger. Point oh.
Copy 8. And for both of you, as a heads up, when you have 6.0, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. Copy. Point zero.
Copy 7.
This is Mission Control Houston. The depressurization of the crew lock just beyond the hatchway that you see Christina Cook in front of continues. It will, the depressurization will take The pressure inside the crew lock down to about 5 pounds per square inch of pressure where the depressurization will pause for a few moments to allow the two spacewalkers, Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan, to have an opportunity to conduct voice checks with Mission Control here in Houston, as well as suit systems checks to the flight control team here before the depressurization resumes down to vacuum.
Sentinel 0.
Copy, you're at 6.0. Andrew, when we get to 5.0, at that point you will take the depress lump and ISO closed, and both you and I will monitor for 5.0.
Copy.
The International Space Station is sailing just off of the coast of Brazil, moving from northwest to southeast, soon to trek across the South Atlantic on this orbit of the Earth. Everything continues to proceed on track for an on-time start for today's spacewalk by Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan to begin the complex repair of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. The depressurization of the crew lock section of Quest paused for just a moment. The crew conducted suit checks, voice checks, and now we are resuming the depressurization of the crew lock down to vacuum.
Doing work. 3-1. Work.
Copy that, and you can keep us posted on your time left and your O2 actuator status.
Okay. I have 45 seconds in mine remaining. 30 seconds.
As mentioned earlier, this is the 222nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades as we count down to 20 continuous years of human presence on the International Space Station that will be marked next November 2nd of 2020. This is the 9th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year, the 3rd spacewalk for Luca Parmitano in his career, having accrued 7 hours and 39 minutes of spacewalking time on 2 previous spacewalks. This is the 4th spacewalk for Drew Morgan since he arrived on the station with Parmitano back in July. Morgan's log currently at 20 hours and 18 minutes of spacewalking time. Luca Parmitano's helmet camera that you will see activated once the crew is outside of the Quest airlock will be designated by the number 11 on the lower right-hand corner of your screen when we have those views available. Drew Morgan's helmet camera number is 18. And of course, Parmitano, as extravehicular crew member number 1, or EV1, is wearing the suit bearing the red stripes today. Drew Morgan's suit has no stripes.
Okay, Mike. As far as I can tell, it's in EVA. My DCM does not display EVA, though.
Okay, do you see a different O2 actuator status or just no status?
I don't see any status.
Okay, it'll toggle over here.
Copy that, but you can verify with your wrist mirror that you are in EVA.
Okay, O2 position EVA. I got it.
Copy that. Okay, next step is for you, Drew. You're going to take the depress pump man ISO valve to open and expect an alert tone.
Copy. Press pump man ISO valve open.
Copy that. And I'm going to be taking the emergency MPEP to open for your awareness.
Copy.
Okay, the emergency MPEP is open, and you are going to monitor your suit P gauge. Stays less than 5.5 like before. If it does go higher than 5.5, you're going to stop the depress by closing the man ISO valve.
Copy.
Let me know if I'm breaking box.
You're good. Pass 4.0.
Copy 4.0.
And Luca, we will be doing tether config here soon, so we just want to make sure that you've got eyes on everything you need. I've got everything pushed down toward you.
All right. Looking good, man.
Okay. We're past.
Drew and Luca, for your awareness, when we get to 2.0, we're going to be taking the depress pump man ISO valve closed, and I'll monitor for that along with you.
Copy.
Copy, Nana. We're just past 3.0.
And I copied, we're just past 3.0.
2.1.
Copy that.
2.0.
Show us about the same.
2.0.
Okay, copy. 2.0. Drew, take the depress pump man ISO valve closed.
Depress pump man ISO valves closed.
Copy that. Next, you're going to switch the depress pump power to off, OFF.
Depress pump powers off, OFF.
Copy. And with that, you can report your initial tether config. We're all listening.
Copy. I'm going to start with the load test. The D-ring extender of the airlock. I have the Drew's waist tether on the right-hand side. Is locked black on black. The small hook is locked black on black on the Drew's right-hand side D-ring extender. And that's a Drew safe configuration. Then I have, on the right-hand side, I have the red wheel, small hook locked black on black. The red wheel is unlocked. Anchor goes to the green wheel and it's locked black on black. The small green anchor hook of the green wheel is on the red wheel and it's open. Continuing on, the large hook of the red or the green wheel is locked black on black onto my right-hand side waist tether, which is also locked black on black, and it goes on to my right-hand side D-ring extender. It's locked black on black. On my left-hand side, I have a D-ring extender with a red wheel. Is locked black on black. The large hook going to my mini workstation. And then I have another wheel, green, locked black on black. It also goes to my mini workstation. Both wheels are unlocked. And that finishes my configuration, our configuration.
And Houston airlock, how did that initial tether config sound to you?
Christina, we are in a good config. Thanks.
Copy all.
This is Mission Control Houston, Christina Cook and Jessica Meir in the equipment lock section of Quest, monitoring the depressurization across the hatchway of the crew lock section where Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan are housed at the moment. The depressurization slowly but surely continuing down to vacuum. Parmitano and Morgan checking their tethers and the configuration of their suits before receiving approval to open the outer thermal cover on the Quest airlock in preparation for placing their placing their suits on internal battery power to begin the official start of today's spacewalk.
Currently around 1.
Copy that. And that matches what we're seeing here.
Okay, now that all the tethers are pulled up there, torches, everything look okay for egress?
As far as I can tell, everything is nice and clean.
Okay.
And looks good for egress. I just passed 1 right now, 0.9.
Luca?
Have you matched your reading?
Luca, in my experience, the EV hatch reading lags when it's between about 0.7 and 1, and I am showing that now. We're showing a little lower than what you're seeing there, but it will start to match up when you get down to 0.5. So I think you can count on it when you're in the 0.5 range.
Copy that. A long time for me. Be glad to have your words. .7 now.
Copy 0.7.
Flight controllers reporting to Flight Director Jeff Radigan here in Mission Control that we have about 6 more minutes of depressurization of the crew lock remaining until we're at the vacuum point. While the depressurization of the crew lock continues under the watchful eye of Christina Cook in the Destiny Laboratory of the International Space Station at the Robotic Workstation, Jessica Meir is currently providing inputs and calculations for the upcoming movement of the Canadarm2 robotic arm under her control that will be used to maneuver Luca Parmitano back and forth during the course of the 4 spacewalks to service the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Parmitano will be planting his feet in an articulating portable foot restraint, basically operating like a telephone repairman at the end of a cherry picker. Meir then will maneuver Parmitano into a specific area in tight quarters at the starboard 3 truss worksite where the alpha magnetic spectrometer resides and position him so that he can begin work to remove some 13 non-captive fasteners holding the debris shield on the alpha magnetic spectrometer that then will be handed off to Drew Morgan later today for its jettisoning.
Okay. Got the bag pushed up against the hatch, and a little bit of like bending. I think you got another foot or so. Yeah, I see it starting to budge.
Hey, it's open. I need to do is
rotate it up. Looks like you got the room. Nice.
barely.
And with the crew lock now just about at vacuum, the outer thermal hatch has been opened. The outer thermal hatch cover, that is, the hatch itself not yet open.
The hatch is stowed.
Copy that. I am taking the emergency MPEV to closed.
Beautiful day out there.
All right, Christina.
Yes, it does look beautiful even from here. And with that, Drew and Luca, I am going to hand you over to the ground IV. It has been our pleasure working with you. You guys are going to have a great day and wish you much success. Look forward to chatting more from the robo station.
Thank you, Nana. You guys are amazing.
It was outstanding.
And the hatch is now open to the Quest airlock, and we'll be standing by here. Mark Vandehei handing off spacecraft communications chores to Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency, who will be the spacewalk choreographer here at Mission Control, talking directly to Parmitano and Morgan, as Cook and Mir give themselves a high five for having gotten the two spacewalkers to this point, as we stand by for them to put their suits on internal battery power to mark the official start of today's spacewalk. We're in a handover between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll be reacquiring our downlink video capability from the station momentarily as we listen for the next set of procedures to be radioed up from spacecraft communicator Jeremy Hansen to Parmitano and Morgan. You see Hansen on the left, Mark Van de Hei, veteran astronaut, on the right.
And I'm in that.
Okay, just check your display switches are functional. And then, Drew, you're going to switch power on the UIA, EV1 and 2, to off.
Copy. EV1, power off. EV2, power off, and I've got a functional display.
Same for EV1.
Copy all.
I got the expected H2O off message.
EV1, same.
Okay, copy that. Drew, check that the 4 LEDs on the UIA for EV or power are off.
All LEDs are off. 4.
Okay. Luca and Drew, you have a go to disconnect your SCU.
Work. Copy and work.
EV1 disconnected.
EV2 disconnected.
Okay, just let me know when they're stowed. The SCUs are in the pouch.
EV1, SU is in the pouch.
And EV2 is in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. Parmitano and Morgan have placed their suits on internal battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk at 5:39 a.m. Central Time, 6:39 a.m. Eastern Time, the first of at least 4 spacewalks to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer, now officially underway.
Okay, Drew, you're go to check the depress pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Press pump man iso valve's closed.
Okay, for both of you, you can take your temperature control valves to max hot.
Spacewalk Officer John Malarski here in Mission Control reports both suits look good. Parmitano and Morgan, with the hatch open, will be exiting the Quest airlock shortly. Parmitano will be first out. Again, the official start of today's initial spacewalk to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer, marked at 5:39 a.m. Central Time, 6:39 a.m. Eastern Time, as the International Space Station flew 255 statute miles over the southwestern Indian Ocean.
EV1, DCM blank, bite off.
Blank, bite off, EV2.
Okay, temperature control valve as desired, and check your suit P gauge. Report it.
EV1, 4.2, initial setting 4.
And for EV2, they're 4.3 and initial setting 4 on the CCV.
Okay. As Luca already identified, you guys are going out into daylight. We've got the suit parameters here on the ground. So at this point, I heard the thermal hatch is open. Luca, you are go for egress.
Go for egress. 2, we'll see outside.
Yeah.
All right, Luke, as you get out there, you're putting your safety tether config on the forward airlock D-ring.
Forward. My visor is down.
You're looking good.
And my airlock anchor is on the forward D-ring, locked black on black. I have a full test. We out now.
Okay, good words.
Finding grooves.
You're going to see a back protrude, but I'm not handing it out just yet.
Copy. Two. Hey, I have EV2's anchor hook locked black on black on the aft D-ring outside. You're safe. Copy.
Okay, that's a good config. It sounds like Drew is go to release his waist tether. And the first thing coming out is the green bag with a large small on it, and it's going to the airlock toolbox, the outboard one.
Copy that. And release my waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender. And Luke, I've got the green bag positioned at the hatch.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to watch Christina Cook taking photographs through the porthole at the hatchway between the equipment lock section of Quest and the crew lock. Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan are currently taking inventory of all of the tools that they will be carrying outside with them momentarily. Luca Parmitano will be first out. If you're wondering, we don't have a shot of the Quest airlock deliberately because operationally the cameras are required and are configured to support robotic operations that Jessica Meir will be in charge of as she maneuvers Luca Parmitano about to the starboard 3 Worksite where the alpha magnetic spectrometer is located.
This is the large small coming with the bag, and it's your bag.
I got the bag.
Okay, and you can just leave that big hook hanging.
Okay. And this one is going to the outboard toolbox. To the large hook, do you want it on the Zenith or lower handrail?
The Zenith one.
Copy. Okay, that green bag is stowed. Back down. Ready to retrieve that red bag.
There's red bag protruding. You know how you want me to turn it?
A good orientation. And just rotate and phone me. Okay, I have a red on it. You can release your red.
Okay, you have a red on it. Releasing the large hook from the airlock coming with us. Large hook is dangling. Leave it dangling. Same thing for the handrail. Match the other one.
Okay. You coming out?
All good words, gentlemen.
Don't forget your bag.
Roger.
Yeah, Drew, you're grabbing crew lock bag 1. Bring in the large small with it.
That didn't work.
Luke, as you get that bag stowed, you're going to do your poor man fair lead on 2 handrails, the airlock handrail 554 and 500.
Copy, Jeremy. Drew and I were thinking that maybe I'll do that on my way out. Then I retrieve my my whip, but if you want, I can do that now.
No, it's however works best for you. That's fine. That makes sense to me. And once Drew's out, you guys can do your buddy checks.
Okay, I'll leave on the way out. Then talking about the fair lead, and I'm looking at Drew coming out.
Okay, I've got to the bag number 1.
Alright, Drew, I see you outside. Okay. See, I have 1 green light. Your permit lights are on. 1, 2, 3 tabs are up. Your ISO valve on the safer is currently closed. I need you to open it.
Well, would bump it back into position for me.
Luca Parmitano is now outside of the Quest airlock, and he's doing a visual inspection of the simplified aid for EVA rescue configuration on Drew Morgan before Morgan makes his way outside of the Quest airlock to join Parmitano. They'll then close the thermal cover to the Quest airlock hatch and begin to make their way over to the starboard 3 truss where the alpha magnetic spectrometer resides.
Handles down. I see 1, 2, 3 tabs up. It's got a dry hat, and I've got a good baseline of my gloves. Very familiar with the baseline of these gloves.
My hat is dry, and my gloves are currently pristine.
Okay, I copy. Drew, just on your safety tether pack, we want to check the green hook, the status of that, and that both or all your reels are unlocked for both of you.
Okay, copy. The green hook is back to my red reel, and its gate close slider is an unlock. That's the expected configuration.
And for EV1, both reels are unlocked.
Okay, close the thermal hatch.
Yeah, and for EV2, both reels are unlocked.
All right, thank you. Thermal cover. Luca, as you said, you're getting the whiff extender and then the fair lead, and then you guys are on your way to set up the arm.
Okay, I'm ready to the whiff extender.
"14 minutes into today's initial spacewalk to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan are now both outside of the Quest airlock and will begin to make their way toward the starboard 3 worksite where the cosmic ray detector instrument is located. First order of business for Parmitano will be to make his way to the Canadarm2 robotic arm that will be operated by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir throughout the course of these spacewalks. He will set up an articulating portable foot restraint, place his booted feet in that component, and he'll be maneuvered around toward the starboard 3 truss worksite. Meanwhile, Drew Morgan will be making his way to the interface between the starboard 3 and starboard 1 truss segments on the backbone of the International Space Station, moving toward a toolbox to further equip himself for assistance in the work that will begin to remove a debris shield on the outside of the alpha magnetic spectrometer that houses the plumbing and the electronics for that cosmic ray detector.
But if you, I could probably do this one for you. As you back away, it'll be better once it's under tension.
Yeah.
So I'll put a hand there.
Yeah, just
put it under.
Great. Great. There it is. Got the one on 055500. And I'm going up the Seagull spur.
I'm coming right behind you.
Copy true.
As Parmitano and Morgan make their way over to the Canadarm2 robotic arm, Jessica Meir is working with Mark Vandehei here in Mission Control, one of the two spacecraft communicators involved in today's spacewalk. The other is the spacewalk choreographer, Jeremy Hansen, from the Canadian Space Agency on your left, Vandehei on your right. Vandehei talking to Meir about the calibration of the Canadarm2 robotic arm that will be in use to maneuver Luca Parmitano to the alpha magnetic spectrometer worksite.
And Jeremy, just verifying, my first step is to drop the new tether.
Yeah, that's the way we have it written, doing your tether swap onto the arm first, but you just let us know what order you want, what works best for you.
Okay, my new anchor on the arm locked black on black.
Okay, and then you're going to take your airlock safety tether and you're putting that on handrail 3444. It's just in between the cedar rail and the UMAs. Drew, you're temp stowing crew lock bag 1 and then heading back to the toolbox.
Copy.
Drew, I'm inboard.
Roger. And I'm just about the top of the spur.
Hey, if that comment, Drew, that you made about the label for WIF 8 was for us, we didn't really understand what you were describing.
There was a potential words that we wanted, if we could get a view of that concern for that MMOD strike on the label for WIF 8. I got another look at it and might have got some WVS. I know we want to get some photos of it if we have the opportunity, but I did see where it is. When it comes time that we want that.
All right, copy. Luca, just make sure your reels are unlocked as you do those tether swaps. And then the next thing is to install the WIF extender with a clocking of 6.
As the International Space Station flies 255 miles over Malaysia, moving from southwest to northeast, a view down the truss of the International Space Station, Luca Parmitano is currently equipping the Canadarm2 robotic arm with a Worksite interface extender. This is a component that will enable him to house tools and other equipment associated with the alpha magnetic spectrometer repair work that will begin a short time from now. Meanwhile, Drew Morgan is stowing various bags of orbital replacement unit components that will be used in the assistance of Parmitano with the removal of a debris shield that houses the internal guts, if you will, of the alpha magnetic spectrometer as it's housed on the starboard 3 truss.
Currently up. Yeah, my visor's up.
And Jeremy, I'm ready to install the brief extender, and if I recall correctly, I have a Alpha 7.
Yeah, you got it.
Installed.
6 Alpha 7. Those are good words.
Okay, releasing the brief extender from the jaws.
Drew, you're picking up the red bag.
Okay, I can see the double lines go on the 12. That.
Good number, good.
Flying into an orbital sunset over Southeast Asia, you can see the helmet lights on Luca Parmitano in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, the first view of today's spacewalkers at the 21-minute mark into today's initial excursion to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer.
Okay, next, Luca, you're picking up the APFR with the ingress aid. It's on the port CETA cart.
I haven't extended it yet.
Yeah, understand, Luca. So you've got the 6 looking for the Alpha 7.
Got this Alpha and 6, 7. And pin backing locked. Okay, reef extender has got a good config. And going on towards
Okay.
in the bag.
This is Mission Control Houston, full complement of personnel now at the Flight Director and Spacecraft Communicator or Capcom console. Here in the foreground is Flight Director Emily Nelson. She will be the lead flight director for the 3rd and 4th spacewalks in this series to repair the magnetic spectrometer. To her right is today's lead flight director, Jeff Radigan. They will be in the same roles a week from today for the 2nd spacewalk. And down the row, Mark Vandehei, who is talking to Jessica Meir in helping to calibrate the station's robotic arm for operations to maneuver Luca Parmitano around on the outside of the station. Jeremy Hansen to Vandehei's right, who is the spacewalk choreographer, talking to Parmitano and Morgan as they are outside of the International Space Station at the start of today's spacewalk, the 222nd, in support of space station assembly and maintenance.
All right, gentlemen, setting us up for a handover in about a minute. Luca, if you need it, it's a clocking of 6 when you get back to install the APFR. And Drew, you're going to be dropping your green hook just beneath the starboard CETA cart on 3217.
Copy 3217, and I'm starting my translation out with the bag on my BRT.
Okay, Drew, for your say, I'm currently at the port CETA cart, and I'm retrieving the APFR.
So, do you think I need to wait for you to translate back inboard?
It's going to be up to you. I have retrieved the APFR. It's in my BRT right now. And we can deconflict, I think.
This is Mission Control Houston. 25 minutes into the spacewalk, Luca Parmitano has now outfitted a portable foot restraint at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm that he will use as a workstation, if you will, moving about the area at the work site of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Drew Morgan, meanwhile, is making his way to a spare parts depot called the Express Logistics Carrier number 2 that is on the starboard 3 truss adjacent to the alpha magnetic spectrometer. That's where the 2 crew members will spend the rest of today's activities in this first of 4 spacewalks, as well as the next trio of spacewalks, and perhaps a 5th if required, to repair the cosmic ray detector. Again, this view now of Parmitano at the middle of your screen and Drew Morgan at the bottom of your screen as they work in tandem to set up shop for the rest of today's activities, the highlight of which will be the removal of a debris shield on the outside of the alpha magnetic spectrometer to provide access for the invasive cutting of cooling tubes and other equipment, and the splicing together of new cooling lines associated with the installation of a new pump module package that will come on a subsequent spacewalk.
The arm in the open.
Can you see mine reeling out?
I can see the top of your reel.
Okay, I see it. Okay, it looks clean, and I'm just getting past your APFR. All right. See you out there, Luke.
Yeah, next time I'll see you on the location.
All right, gentlemen, we're back with you. Just a reminder, Luca, it's a clocking of 6, and Drew, it's 3217 you're looking for underneath the starboard seat of cart.
Copy.
The International Space Station heading for a flyover of Shanghai, China, moving from southwest to northeast at an altitude of 255 statute miles. The early stages of this first of at least 4 spacewalks to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer. 8.5 years after its installation on the starboard 3 truss of the station, about to receive over the course of these excursions a new cooling pump module that will enable the instrument, which was originally designed for just 3 years of service, to continue operating to collect cosmic ray event data on the origin of the cosmos and dark matter and antimatter in the universe for the remainder of the lifetime of the International Space Station.
Issue when I'm coming back, my green hooked down.
Okay, we copy that, Drew.
Once the 2 spacewalkers make their way to the actual work site of the alpha magnetic spectrometer on the starboard 3 truss, we should be getting our first helmet cam views from the 2 spacewalkers. Luca Parmitano's helmet camera will be designated with the number 11 in the lower right-hand corner of your screen once we begin to receive those views, which are now coming into availability for us. And there you go. There's Luca Parmitano's helmet camera right on cue.
Okay.
As we look over his shoulder for an up-close and personal view of the work that he is doing to outfit the Canadarm2 robotic arm.
I can push it in.
Okay, good words. Now you...
I rotate it fully to unlock. Rotating. And it's going to Foxtrot. I have it. Going back to fully locked. fully locked and out. And Foxtrot 12 is the next.
Okay, good words, Luca.
I see Foxtrot 12. EPFR is configured. I have a good red on the, sorry, good safety tether, and I'm ready to retrieve my bag.
Good words.
If Robo is available.
Green hook down 3217.
Okay, Luca, I hear you're getting your bag and you're looking for some GCA.
Stand by currently. I can my is behind me for some reason, so. Trying to trace my leading extender here. I'm trying to figure out where all my 50 tether is extending because it's, I can see the reel. Somehow it's
Luca, let me know if you need me to come back inboard. I'm right now just out to S3, ready to go towards the LC.
Okay, Luca. Yeah, now's a good time to take a minute and figure that out.
Yeah, it's I think it's my T-ring extender somehow. I cannot see it, but it's hanging onto something. I don't want to try and jump on the arm until I figure this out.
Yeah,
Luca,
we concur.
You let me know if you can temp stow the bag here and come inboard right now.
If you're in a good position.
The only thought to consider, Luca, is just translating a little ways away from the arm and see if that puts some tension on the reel to help you figure it out.
I like that plan. If I can. I'm going to go port.
So I'm at the starts down now, and my gauntlets are down. Luca, at any point I can temp stow and come back inboard.
Okay, I got it.
All right, good work, Luca.
Yeah, I think it was somehow just under the safer, and it just wouldn't budge. And I think I'm picking it up where I'm going to install my bag on my mini workstation on the BFD.
Okay, copy. And Drew, we're following along where you are too, so you know where you're putting that red bag?
I do.
And Luca, this is Jessica. Just letting you know the brakes are on, and let us know if you need any additional GCA for that APFR setup.
APFR is already set up. I don't need any more GCA. You can actually get ready to move to APFR ingress. And I have the bag on me, ready, the shuttles are out.
Okay, Luca, we copy.
Give me a second to get in a good position to observe.
Okay, I'll stand by for your go for the ingress maneuver.
Okay, let me shoot it on our way.
Expedition 61 Commander Luca Parmitano of the European Space Agency has installed the portable foot restraint at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm and has been talking with Jessica Meir, who's the arm operator at the robotic workstation in the Destiny laboratory of the International Space Station. She will be maneuvering him toward the starboard 3 worksite where the alpha magnetic spectrometer resides, to place him into position where he can begin the work to remove 13 fasteners holding a debris shield in place that ultimately will be jettisoned, that debris shield covering areas inside the alpha magnetic spectrometer where cooling lines are located that ultimately will be cut and spliced together to accept a new cooling pump module that will be installed on a subsequent spacewalk.
Negative. I just realized that it was 180 degrees out with the ingress. Okay.
We're currently in a handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll be reacquiring our downlink television capability from the station momentarily.
Okay, Luca, so you're complete with the APFR setup?
Complete with the APFR setup, you go for you go to vantage position.
Okay, copy that. Our brakes are off. We're going to enter mode, and then we will go to the published. This is going to be a station nadir.
Okay.
Luca, starting motion.
Copy.
And the Canadarm2 robotic arm now being placed in motion by Jessica Meir as she begins to maneuver Parmitano to the alpha magnetic spectrometer worksite.
Jessica, you can start motion right there.
Copy, stopping motion. We're still a meter away from published.
That's a good position for me to ingress.
Okay, copy. Stopping here. Is that a GCA complete?
GCA complete, you go for brakes on.
Copy, GCA complete. Brakes are on.
Copy, brakes are on. Can I go for ingress?
Sure, go for APFR ingress.
Go for APFR ingress.
Drew, just wanted to let you know we're liking the look of the METOC so far. Everything looks good.
Okay, copy.
So Drew, for you, we'll take a glove and hap check when that bag is stowed, and then if Luca's using the comm, you are go to go get the APFR from the starboard CETA cart.
Copy that.
And I'm in the ATSR. And I'm ready for the next mission.
Okay, Jessica and Luca, you're go for backup.
We have some setup steps. We'll let us know. We'll let you know.
Anybody?
And Luca, while you're in your maneuver, you'll have a few tasks to complete that I know you have on your checklist, and let me know if you want me to read them.
I'll confirm that what you want me to do is to take the blue bit and put it on my meter workstation and the capture block.
Yep, that's it. Just on your way over during the translation.
Will do.
And while we're waiting, Jessica, you can cut in any time, but we'll take a glove and hap check from you, Luca.
No, my gloves are currently pristine, no changes, no delta. My hap is dry. How am I met?
Copy. I'll check. Stand by.
Spacewalk communicator Jeremy Hansen here in Mission Control talking to Luca Parmitano. The glove and hap check, as it is called. The hap is an acronym for Helmet Absorption Pad, which was a component installed in all helmets for spacewalkers following an incident back in July of 2013 when Parmitano incurred a leak of water inside his helmet during a spacewalk with Chris Cassidy that terminated the spacewalk just after an hour into that spacewalk that he conducted. There have been no such incidents since then. Parmitano reporting that his suit is operating perfectly and his helmet is bone dry.
Baseline.
Copy.
There's no change.
Copy.
A view from Luca Parmitano's helmet camera into the toolbox, basically, that he has on a workstation attached to his suit. A variety of different tools that he will be employing as he begins the work to release fasteners holding a debris shield on the alpha magnetic spectrometer a short time from now.
What to do now is sit back and enjoy the ride. Take some photos.
It's really dark outside right now, but hopefully.
You have good WVS on me too.
Hey, firm. Right now we do, Drew.
Okay, copy.
This is Jessica. We are ready for motion.
Copy, I'm ready for motion too.
Okay, I'll be taking brakes off shortly, and I will let you know there's going to be two maneuvers. First of all, we're going to continue that station nadir motion to make up for what we didn't accomplish prior, and then we will be bringing you station forward about a meter.
Copy.
And brakes are off. Starting motion.
Copy.
The robotics officer here in Mission Control reports that Astronaut Jessica Meir is now set to begin the maneuver of Luca Parmitano at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm. You see it now in motion. This will be a long sweeping motion to carry Parmitano over the truss of the International Space Station, precisely placing him at the starboard 3 worksite where the alpha magnetic spectrometer is located.
And starting motion forward.
Motion.
Concur, continuing. So we're going to get set up for some JOCAS maneuvers now.
Copy.
Okay, just breaking with the comm here real quick. We, with 5, got the APFR on my BRT, heading back.
Good words, Drew. When you get there, it's a clocking of 6.
Copy, clocking 6.
Luca, you're over the North Atlantic, and you'll be coming up on the west coast of the U.S. Shortly. Sorry, I meant the Pacific, not the Atlantic.
Thought my geography was bad, but
A bit of geography from spacecraft communicator Jeremy Hansen here in Mission Control. The International Space Station flying from northwest to southeast at an altitude of 255 statute miles. This track will carry the station and its crew members and spacewalkers just to the west of San Diego and Baja California.
Okay, Luca, we are starting the JOCAS to the S1 intermediate position. It's going to be 3.5 minutes.
copy 3.5 minutes, and I'm ready for motion.
Okay, copy, starting motion.
And I do see motion.
Anything good, Luke?
And now the only thing that I'm seeing that's really in good view is your batteries. Good news is that the two scoops are still there.
Nice.
Still a few minutes ago, I could actually see your helmet lights. I tried to snap a couple of pictures of that, but you were hiding behind the MT.
Well, I'm getting the first couple looks at our home for the next couple of days.
So do I. Position right now.
I'm out the ELC, getting ready to install the APFR.
So you're in between the AMS and the ELC?
I am.
Okay, so you're completely hidden from me right now.
So, Drew, it's clocking a 6, and we're still picking up your WVS, which is good.
Copy. I think the pitch is India, India, is that right?
India, India, and then Kilo 12.
My good friend Mark sitting right there next to you taught me this technique. It works really well.
All right, he heard you.
And Luca, we're in position hold here. We're going to load the next showcast maneuver.
Copy. That was very smooth.
Clocking at 6.
That's it, Drew.
I'm going to go 12 on the double line.
Okay, that's good words. And Luca and Drew, we're getting close to sunrise. It's a few more minutes.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, approaching the 1 hour mark into today's initial spacewalk, the first of at least 4 to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer, the International Space Station flying just to the southwest of San Diego, across the far eastern Pacific Ocean, moving from northwest to southeast. A good view of Luca Parmitano, his booted feet planted in a portable foot restraint at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm, which is under the control of Jessica Meir inside the space station at the Destiny Laboratory workstation, maneuvering Parmitano slowly but surely over to the Starboard 3 worksite where the alpha magnetic spectrometer is located. The International Space Station will be entering an orbital sunrise momentarily.
Okay, Luca and Drew, we're handing over in 20 seconds. We'll be back with you in just over a minute.
Copy. Okay, my visor is coming down as soon as I rise.
Drew, we're back with you. We got WVS. We're just watching you with the APFR.
Yeah, so I've not seen this where it's black on black, but just in soft dock. And now when I'm trying to go white on black to unlock it, it doesn't want, it just doesn't, the collar doesn't want the white on black position from here for some reason. It went very easily when I picked it up. Oh, there we go. I locked out the red, that helps.
Okay, copy that, Drew.
And Luca, we are in position hold again. We're getting ready to load the next maneuver.
Okay, confirmed, and then I'm stopped.
So Drew, as you're inserting it for the soft dock, it looks like you might be holding the paddles in, and that's not required.
No, the paddles weren't being held. I needed to release it again. I did. It went in and installed that time. It's black on black, and good pull and twist.
Good job, Drew.
It was just getting the collar back into the white on black so that I could release it and try again. The clocking was off too, so I had to adjust it. But we are clocking of 6.
Okay, those are all good words, and just check the pitch knob.
India, roll of kilo, 12.
Okay, copy, and check the pitch knob is locked and you can push it in.
Lock, and I can depress it.
Okay, good words.
A heck of a sunrise there. Luca, I hope you're getting a lot of pictures of that.
I'm currently upside down and facing away. I'm staring at the moon.
Also a good shot.
I don't know if the camera is taking any of that. I tried. I don't think he knows how to focus on it.
And Luca, we are ready to go. You'll be coming station aft to the AMS common position. We're still in course and it'll be 3 minutes.
Copy all, thank you.
Okay, here comes motion.
Full motion.
Luca, we are in position hold. Give us a minute to get set up for the next maneuver.
Copy.
Yeah, this right next to where I'm setting up. There's a bar there. Wondering if that's acceptable for translation. I don't know if you can see it in the WVS.
Yeah, we have a good view. We have a good view of it. We're going to check here. Give me a minute.
It'll be a nice handhold if it is.
All right, Luca, we have one more JoeCast here, still in course, and it'll be 2 minutes.
Copy, 2 minutes in course.
Here comes motion.
Andrew, unfortunately, it's not a preferred translation method, so we'd rather you didn't use that rod for translation.
Okay. Copy. Oh, I see you, Luke.
Thank you, teacher. Hope you're in the view because I cannot really point at you.
Good point on you, though. Just turn my way.
Oh, I can't. My face is turning your way.
That's what matters.
It's a camera duel.
And Luca, we're in position hold. We're getting ready for the next JoeCast.
Copy.
Andrew, I see you've got that APFR set up and you're kind of staged behind it, so I'm going to jump ahead and just remind you for the day about that grapple fixture for the first time you get in.
Okay. Where it is, as I see it, it's going to be just like as modeled. Right at my left side, but
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, I'm also going to knock out a couple warning and a caution as you guys are getting into position. The first one is avoiding contact with capture fingers of the fastener capture tools. That's a sharp edge. And then a caution for you, a reminder that you're not going to impart loads on both the AMS and ELC while the other crew member is imparting loads.
Roger.
Roger.
All right, Luca, we are ready for motion for the next maneuver. It's going to be 1.5 minutes.
Copy.
Ready motion.
Got the red back position where I'd like it, Luca, and weed. I think it's going to work well.
Motion.
Copy, continuing.
Sounds good, Drew. And have you opened it up yet?
Negative. When we open that bag, it'll make a big mess, so I prefer not to yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I'm getting my first view of my target area.
Anything unexpected?
Well, yeah, I have a good view of the Terminator. See all the fasteners on the ITA. See 6 fasteners on the diagonal beam.
And Drew, we would like you to maintain clearance for Luca and AMS.
Copy that. All right, Luca, actually, let's much closer to me now. And are you still in motion?
Luca, we are in position hold.
Okay. All right, stay right. Luca, lean forward just a little bit. Kind of like when we modeled in the VR session, you do look closer to ELC than we originally thought.
So hands leaning forward.
And then go back to your neutral position, and let me see how well you're splitting the difference. Now you're about halfway in between, and I've got a good view of the arm to the APFR, the whiff extender, and Luca to AMS. And Jessica, when I am on the APFR, out of the APFR, hanging onto it, I can see the port side trunnion pin too. I'll be able to give clearance for you that, on that to the tip lead.
Okay, Drew, we copy, and we have a very good camera view of that as well.
Copy.
The primary for you will be maintaining Luca's clearance.
Okay. Copy. Another will be Luca's Pliff to my APFR as well. He's probably less than a meter from my APFR as well.
Okay, we copy. You can help us out with that clearance.
Roger that.
Jessica, confirm we still have one OCAS.
Luca, we are finished with those OCASs for now. I'm about to start a manual maneuver. We've just gotten set up for that. It's going to move you station forward, so you'll be going closer to AMS about a meter.
Copy.
You ready for motion?
I'm ready for motion.
Okay, here comes motion.
Yeah, I see the good motion towards the forward of the space station.
Stop motion. Stop motion. Stop motion.
In motion.
Okay. I'm going to need to yaw the boot plate out of the way here. It's very close to Luca's Pliff. Luca, give me a little lean forward.
Leaning forward.
Okay, I'm going to put a little bit of yaw in, and it'll be out of configuration. Actually, I could just roll it away. So. Okay, we're outside of 40 centimeters now of your clearance of your Pliff. Keep just a little bit of lean forward in, Luca, and
This is as forward as I can really lean it, Drew.
okay, all right, that'll work. Like Jessica, we're about at 40 centimeters. The bottom of it is safer to my APFR. I've got it yawed and rolled away, and I've got good visibility. That looks like the closest concern right now is my APFR, and I can see it very clearly.
We copy, Drew, so please continue to monitor those, and we have the other clearance concerns for the arm in our view, so you can focus on Luca. We have about 35 centimeters to go coming station forward to get Luca to the next position.
Okay, copy. Then I anticipate that this is going to continue to bring him very close to the APFR boot plate. So we'll go ahead with those final 35 centimeters.
Okay, copy. We can also see a good view out of your WVS, but please call us off at any time. I'll start slow motion station forward.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 14 minutes into today's spacewalk by Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan, the first of at least 4 to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Luca Parmitano at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm, which is under the operation by Jessica Meir at the Destiny Laboratory robotic workstation. She is fine-tuning Parmitano's position near the alpha magnetic spectrometer at the starboard 3 truss of the station's backbone. Drew Morgan carefully watching this maneuver take place before everyone is in the right position to begin work to remove a series of 13 non-captive fasteners holding a debris shield that bears the logo of the alpha magnetic spectrometer over the cosmic ray detector.
Okay, Drew, and the next manual maneuver that I have is going to pitch forward, so that should improve your clearance.
Copy.
Yeah, we're good on the ground. You guys are managing this well.
Ready for motion.
Forward a little bit, Luca. Good.
Okay, Luca, we're going to start this maneuver. It's going to bring your body in, so a pitch down for you.
Copy.
Okay, ready for motion?
Ready for motion.
It's improving on mine.
Good motion.
Continuing.
And I have, I'm clearing my own body. Where are you?
You have that row U clearance?
I have the roll you clearance.
Okay. Check mini workstation to
Okay, stop motion.
Okay, we've stopped motion, and that's your published.
Perfect. Wow. Okay. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to drop the bag over here on the right so that I can get closer.
Okay, Luca. And then your first task, once you're in the right location, is the vacuum case, the handling aid for the debris shield.
Debris shield handling aid, copy.
I'm back in the end of Kilo 12.
Okay, Drew. How's it look to you?
I'm going to extend the ingress aid and take a look at how this will be as
1 hour, 18 minutes into the spacewalk, a view from Luca Parmitano's helmet camera, looking into the tool bag that he has outside of the International Space Station with him, and the variety of unique tools that are being employed in the repair of the alpha magnetic spectrometer, in this case, tools specific to the removal of the debris shield that is covering the internal plumbing and electronics of the cosmic ray detector.
It's going to take me a couple of minutes, so up to you.
Okay, we copy and concur per our discussions. We will leave the brakes off for now, but if you anticipate that you're going to impart any motion, then let us know. We can put the brakes on.
No, I don't expect. And okay, let me do a quick assessment here. If I install the handling gate right now, it's going to leave me a little, going to force me to stay a little further away. At this point, I would rather change the order with and first at least. I was going to try and release maybe the first fastener rather than install the handling gate now. So,
Yeah, we do put the AAF plug in after we remove that first fastener. So, and that kind of needs the handling aid.
It does. Okay, let me install the handling aid then.
Weed, when do you think would be the best time to work in that trip to the green bag? APFR position looks great, just as we predicted.
Drew, as a reminder, we will want you for clearances once we do start GCA.
Roger.
And that's basically the question we're asking down here, is if Luca thinks he's going to need another GCA shortly. It's up to him whether, otherwise this is a good window to go get the green bag if you can work here for a bit, Luca.
I'm only the handling gate right now, so After I install this, I'm good for the next GCA.
Okay, sounds like hold tight, Drew, and then once Luca's confirmed his final position, then we'll go get that bag.
Roger.
And a reminder, Luca, if you do want more stiffness in the arm, we can bring some brakes on for that as well.
Okay.
Nice job, Luca. That looks good.
And full test.
Okay.
And as soon as I release it on the tag, which is I just completed that. 94 GCA. Jessica, this is when I might take a little bit of a roll, if it helps you. Right roll, and then I need, once we get a little bit of right roll, I need it towards, well, I currently need basically towards, if you can give me pure head up, then I'll take that.
Okay, Luca, that was a little bit garbled. The first thing we heard was that you wanted right roll, and then I believe the second thing would be head up. We're going to take those one at a time.
Those are both correct.
Okay.
The view from Drew Morgan's helmet camera as he watches Luca Parmitano bearing the backpack with the red stripe, also red stripes on his suit. Parmitano is looking straight on to the debris shield that houses the cooling tubes and electronics of the alpha magnetic spectrometer on the starboard 3 truss of the station. This debris shield that will be removed by Parmitano and handed off to Morgan to be jettisoned is 50 inches by 25 inches by 7.5 inches in dimension. On Earth would weigh 20 pounds. This will provide the crew members access to the cooling tubes that ultimately will be cut and spliced on subsequent spacewalks. Basically the bypass surgery required for the installation of the new cooling pump package that was flown up, the so-called upgraded tracker thermal pump system, or UTTPS, that will integrate 2 cooling loops currently operating for the alpha magnetic spectrometer, but with failing pumps, into a single cooling loop with a brand new pump package.
Row U, and I'll keep an eye on mine since right now I've moved it back to its normal configuration, but his paper is well above the boot plate, so we'll keep an eye on that.
And Jessica, as a matter of fact, if it makes it easier or better, I could use pure station forward right now, and that would achieve the same result. Give me that.
Okay, and give me your body coordinates, please.
My body coordinates would be at the same time towards my right and towards my head.
Okay, copy, right and up.
Yeah.
How
But
far?
mostly up. Give me pure up, I'll take that.
Okay, Luca, we will take you up on that. We're going to bring you body up. And what distance?
About 40 centimeters.
Okay, copy, 40 centimeters. And Drew, the decreasing clearance here will be the wrist of the arm and the boot plate to the diagonal beam.
Okay, boot plate to the diagonal beam, copy, and and then the wrist. What was the clearance of from the wrist that we were concerned here?
Same thing, the diagonal beam.
Okay, copy.
Okay, here comes motion, 40 centimeters up.
Inside the Destiny laboratory of the International Space Station, Jessica Meir in the foreground, joined by Christina Cook. They were the 2 spacewalkers in the all-female spacewalk that occurred on October 18th. to replace a battery charged discharge unit for the power system on the station. Currently operating the station's robotic arm with Luca Parmitano affixed to a portable foot restraint at the end of the arm, fine-tuning his position at the worksite of the alpha magnetic spectrometer.
Okay, copy. Starting motion.
You can start motion.
Stopping motion.
GCA complete.
Okay, copy. GCA complete for the up motion. Do you still want the right or the roll?
Currently, calling GCA complete and brakes on if you want.
Okay, we don't have to put the brakes on, but again, if you want more stiffness in the arm, let us know and we can put the brakes on.
I'll let you know.
Okay, Drew, that's a go for you to go get the green bag. Luca, you're breaking torque on both of those bolts with the blue tool.
Work.
Copy and work 82.
Drew Morgan is heading back to the Quest airlock to retrieve another bag of tools that will be employed in the removal of this debris shield housing the cooling tubes, the plumbing, and the electronics for the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Meanwhile, Luca Parmitano, who will be using a so-called hex head capture tool to break torque on a pair of fasteners. There are 13 fasteners in all that are holding the shield in place. The shield no longer required to be used based on the bypass surgery that Parmitano and Morgan will be doing for the installation of the new cooling pump on the third spacewalk in this series of at least 4 excursions to repair the cosmic ray detector. The hex head capture tool that Parmitano is about to use to break torque on the first of these fasteners is a interface for him to employ for the release, capture, and removal and stowage of the screws and washers that are holding the debris shield in place.
Okay, Luca?
Yeah, all good. I broke torque on the first one.
All right.
Okay. Torque is broken on the second one too.
Yeah, looks good. Looks like there's some good torque on there, Luca. Now your go to release the one that's furthest from you, the most inboard fastener, and put it in the capture block.
It looks like there is an epoxy of sorts on the fastener.
Okay, that's not surprising. And these fasteners are 4 to 7 turns for removal. That's what we're expecting. Nice work, Luca. Looks great. We're getting good WVS.
And I'm back at my green hook. I leave it in place, is what I recall.
Affirm.
This is Mission Control Houston, having just passed the 90-minute mark into the spacewalk today. This high-definition view out of one of the windows in the International Space Station, showing the overall scene of the Worksite and the starboard 3 truss, where the alpha magnetic spectrometer is located. Luca Parmitano beginning work to break torque on the first of a series of fasteners holding a debris shield onto the surface of the cosmic ray detector.
Floating away, but not actual any tension on it.
Looks like the ES flag doesn't really want to go in.
Yeah, this was a best effort, so it may not actually fit, or there could be epoxy or something in there preventing it. So we don't want you to waste too much time on it. Give it a try, and if you don't think it fits, we can try it in a different hole after.
Considering this was my idea, I really want to try it. I think it's the epoxy that's preventing it from going in. It fits the hole. I do feel stickiness.
Yeah, understood. We can try it in the next hole once we remove the next fastener.
See the spur translating down.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, this is a graphic that shows the location of the debris shield on the alpha magnetic spectrometer. The asymmetrical area where the logo for AMS-02 is located, that's the debris shield itself, a 20-pound component measuring 50 inches by 25 inches by 7.5 inches. Just to the right, the ribbed area, that's the vacuum case underneath which are associated cooling lines that will be cut and spliced together during the course of the next couple of spacewalks to set the stage for the installation of the new pump package, the upgraded thermal tracker control system, that will incorporate a new cooling loop, basically a surgically respliced cooling loop to restore full cooling capability for the alpha magnetic spectrometer.
Okay, thanks, Drew.
The second fastener, the washer.
Okay, excellent work. You're welcome to try the AAF plug in that hole if you like.
Well, actually felt like you'd even had more epoxy than the first one.
Understood. Just a reminder, as we start to remove fasteners, we don't want to put any loads on that debris shield, Luca. Not that you have been, it's just a reminder for the rest of the day. And Drew's still on his way out, so we probably don't want a GCA yet. But in crew lock bag 1, we could start assembling the gold bit when you're ready.
I really like to give myself a chance to put this plug in. I don't know if it's right now it's doing anything, but I suppose it's better than nothing.
Yeah, we're going to call it in on the ground, Lucas, so you win this one.
All right. And copy for the bit, gold bit.
Yep, so blue tool back in crew lock bag 1, and then we're going to assemble the gold bit. And just a reminder, this is the one where we have some extra parts that are a little bit non-standard, so paying extra attention here is worthwhile.
Yo.
Okay.
The gold bit referred to by Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency, who's the Spacewalk communicator for Parmitano and Morgan, is basically a bit that is assembled at the end of one of the tools available for Parmitano to continue the work to break torque on a number of fasteners holding the debris shield in place over the inner plumbing and electronics of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. We're now 1 hour 38 minutes into the spacewalk, the crew operating right on the timeline as the International Space Station flies just south of Madagascar at an altitude of 255 statute miles. We're in a handover between satellites, and our tracking and data relay satellite system will regain our downlink television and communications capability with the crew members outside of the station just a short time from now.
Okay, we're back with you. See, you're assembling the gold bit.
I have retrieved the gold bit. It's going on the 12-inch extension.
And I can't quite see, Luca, just double check that the ret is on the shaft of the extension.
And actually the shaft, it's not.
Yeah, okay.
When I remove the gold bit.
Yeah, good catch. That'll do.
And look for the barber pole one. It probably slipped off. See the barber pole one there, Luke?
Yeah, it's coming in.
Yeah, we knew that was a possibility. It was not going to stay on.
It can happen. He will.
Yep.
Okay, now I have the barber pole is closed onto the shaft. I have the gold bit. I'm going to hold it while I pull out the pin. Okay. Do a test. Okay, I have a good pull test. And now The white is going on to my workstation.
Okay, yeah, that's it, Luca. Looks good.
And I'm releasing the wire from the knot. Okay. Okay, I have the gold pitch on the 12-inch, and actually, if Jessica is confident, we can just go the reverse maneuver to my initial position while we wait for Drew.
Okay, Luca, so you would like a reverse position, so you would like to come down.
That's affirmative. The next step is going to be towards the, for the capture cage position, and that will be towards my feet.
Okay, copy that. And so you want to come out all the way, basically from where we started. It was 60 centimeters. You want to come all the way back to the starting point?
That's a good one. That's a good read.
And I'm at the starts now, and I can, well, before I put the bag down, be in position to provide eyes.
In the meantime, we can definitely go to the initial position, and then for board GCA, I'll wait for you, Drew.
Copy. I'm on the ELC now, making my way around.
Okay, we are comfortable with that as well, given the views that we have of the arm, as long as you can clear yourself and also your APFR and boot plate, Luca.
I can confirm both of those things.
Okay, putting that in motion. Starting motion.
Copy, starting motion. In motion.
Continuing.
Everything looks good from my perspective.
Copy, we have good views as well. Okay, Luca, there's a starting point.
Okay, Drew, are you in a good position to watch me continue this?
Which direction?
I'm going to go in the same direction that I'm coming from.
Okay, so the biggest thing I see, the clearances that they can see in the cameras look like they're probably getting better, but the biggest thing is your body and left shoulder there to row you, so if you can hear those.
I'm clear.
Okay.
Okay, and Luca, so you would like to continue that motion down?
Yes, please. Give me another 20 centimeters.
Okay, and then the other concern is you're safer to my APFR again, but if you're just going straight body down 20 centimeters, we're good.
Body down 20 centimeters.
Copy that. Here comes motion.
Drew Morgan and Jessica Meir, who's inside the International Space Station at the controls of the Canadarm2 robotic arm, working in tandem to fine-tune Parmitano's position at the worksite right in front of the debris shield for the alpha magnetic spectrometer that he is in the process of loosening fasteners from, so the debris shield itself can be removed. This will take some time. The debris shield, once removed, will be handed off to Drew Morgan, who will have his feet in a portable foot restraint nearby to jettison the debris shield aft of the space station in a trajectory that will prevent any possibility of recontact with the orbital outpost.
Okay. The unit most is being broken.
Copy.
For the center.
The debris shield jettison activity later in the spacewalk will be the first of two such equipment jettisoning opportunities. The next will be a week from today during the second spacewalk, when the cover of the so-called vertical support beam on the alpha magnetic spectrometer will be removed and jettisoned. That is a cover that actually houses or protects the cooling tubes, the stainless steel cooling tubes that will be cut and spliced together to accommodate the installation of the new upgraded thermal control system pump.
Yeah, once or twice.
I have the first capture cage, and I am removing the captain tape.
Okay, tape can go in the crew lock bag or on the debris shield, your call.
Okay, it's going on the debris shield.
The capture cage referred to by Luca Parmitano, another one of the pieces of hardware that he is using that provides the containment and stowage of screws and washers from the debris shield as they are being removed one by one.
Do you have a good view of it?
My back is to you right now if you need. What do you,
Okay. A lever is, I threw the A lever, and to me, it's a good lock. It's a good lock position.
Okay, copy.
Let me see.
And I'm going to go and just start this one before I install the others. Do you want me to install them all?
It's up to you, Luca. You're welcome to go ahead and complete this one first.
Yeah, I'm going to complete this one. How it works. How many turns?
How's it feel? Can you feel a running torque?
I do feel torque. How many turns am I expecting?
Approximately 7 turns. Yeah, and I had to get backed up on that, Luca. 7 to 12 turns.
And it's out. It's out. I captured. It's out and captured.
All right. That's the best case scenario. We love it.
All right. Let's go for the center one. And let's hope that it behaves too. Drew.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a trash bag available?
It is buried in the green bag. What do you got to trash?
Captain tape.
We could temporarily to the debris shield.
No, I'll capture it with the other captain tape. There you go.
Yeah, that looks perfect, Luca. Good stuff.
Okay, I have a good soft dock here. And throw in lever A.
Copy.
I have a good pull test. Is that you?
Yeah, you're going to feel me tapping you a little bit.
Yeah.
So, Luca, we're approaching sunset here, just so you know.
My lights are up, and it's on, and my visor is up.
Visor's up, my lights are on. The green bag is down. Weed, I just want to make some adjustments to it.
Okay, understand. And then after that, we'll take a glove and hap check from you.
Roger that.
This is done more than experience. This one is not floating free, and I think it's out.
Okay, Luca, we're fine with that. As we talked before, we'll just see how it goes and come back to it if we have to.
It's not giving me the... Oh, it's out. I managed to pull it out.
Okay, nice work. All right, on to the last one.
All right. That's your cage. Okay. To EMS.
1 hour, 53 minutes into the spacewalk. This view from Luca Parmitano's helmet camera, up close and personal as he continues work to remove fasteners from the debris shield that houses the alpha magnetic spectrometer. That debris shield, once removed, will be handed off to Drew Morgan to be jettisoned aft of the International Space Station.
Copy, Luca.
And it's out. I have 3
Excellent.
IPA fasteners out and captured.
Okay, that's excellent. Okay, the next thing we can...
We're going to keep
Yeah, we're going to use that gold bit for the diagonal beam fastener, so you can keep that. We could pass crew lock bag 1 back over to Drew at this time and just confirm the blue tool is in the crew lock bag.
That's a good time. I can confirm the blue tool is currently ready to the bag. And let me retrieve the bag and pass it to Drew. Are you ready to retrieve the bag?
Yeah, I'm ready to take it. I'm going to get ready for it.
And once we do that, then we're ready for GCA to the diagonal beam fasteners.
And I concur.
Okay, I have a red on it.
We have a red. Releasing the red.
Copy. My bag.
Okay, Drew.
The bag. Here comes the red.
Crew lock bag 1 is going on the fish stringer hook 1 in the green bag if you have access to it, Drew. If not, just hold on to it for now.
Yeah, I think I'm going to keep it on the BRT for a little bit. Copy, it'll eventually go to 1. Hook 1.
Jessica, are you there?
Luca?
Okay, my next motion for your situational awareness is going to be initially body right. Then I'm going to ask you to go body down so that I can see the fasteners.
Okay, copy that. We'll take those one at a time. So we'll first do body right. And Drew, the decreasing clearance for body right will be Luca to AMS.
Okay, Luca to AMS.
Luca, about how much would you like body right?
I would say 40 to 50 centimeters.
Okay, 40 to 50 centimeters body right.
And I could, I have good clearance from AMS currently.
Okay, copy. You and Drew will be prime on your clearances.
And ingress 8 a little bit toward you, Luke. That's great.
Okay, Luca, starting motion to your right.
Copy. Motion.
Okay, let's stop motion there. I'm leaned back
Motion.
up. Now the conflict is Luca and I together. I'm leaned back pretty far.
Okay, that's a good one. Can you go body down for me?
Okay, yeah, that is almost your 40 that you requested, and now body down.
Give me about...
How much body down?
I would say, let's start with 20.
Starting with 20, body down.
Okay, and the clearance concern there, Jessica, is going to...
This is Mission Control Houston. We are now at the 2-hour mark into today's initial spacewalk to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer. This view from the helmet camera of Station Commander Luca Parmitano outside of the orbital outpost along with NASA astronaut Drew Morgan. You're looking right at the debris shield of the alpha magnetic spectrometer, the cosmic ray detector that is been suffering with the loss of cooling capability over the course of the past couple of years. Soon to receive a new cooling pump package that will enable the spectrometer to continue collecting groundbreaking Nobel Prize laureate data on antimatter and dark matter in the universe for the lifetime of the International Space Station.
But we are...
Parmitano is in the process of a tedious period of work in which he is loosening fasteners and removing screws holding that debris shield in place. Behind that debris shield are the internal organs of the alpha magnetic spectrometer, cooling tubes and other electronics. The cooling tubes to be cut, spliced together, and will be rerouted in what amounts to bypass surgery to accept the new cooling pump that will be installed on the third spacewalk in this series in early December.
So yeah, body left back to restarting position.
Luca, if I'm the problem, I can easily egress.
Let's try this. Let's try this.
All right.
So we'll come left back that 20 centimeters.
Yeah, 20 centimeters left.
Okay, so the full 40 centimeters for left.
Yeah, 20 left.
One more time, Luca, 20?
20 left.
Copy, 20 left, starting motion.
Motion.
Shoulder to row you.
Yeah, I got it. And now, Jessica, give me 30 all right.
Okay, roll to the right, and Drew, the clearance there that's decreasing will be Luca to the row U.
My clearance, don't take care of it. I can see the row U, I'm clear of it, and I'll make sure I will not go into it.
Okay, copy, both you and the APFR, and about how many degrees?
I would say about 30 degrees.
Okay, starting motion 30 degrees to the right.
Okay, now I can sense good motion.
Copy, continuing. There's 10 degrees.
Continue.
This is all good here.
Please.
Continue motion.
Copy, we're coming up on 20. Okay, Luca, there's 30 degrees.
Okay, now can you give me about 10 to 15 centimeters body right? And Drew, try to stay away from your boot plate.
I think
You copy, 10 centimeters body right.
15.
15 body right.
Motion, continue.
Continuing. How's that look, Luca?
It's getting better, just to 5 more centimeters.
Copy.
Yeah, I think I can get most of them. GCA complete.
Copy. GCA complete. Stopping motion.
All right, we got a 1-minute handover, and you can break torque on those fasteners, Luca, during the handover. I'll talk to you on the other side.
Work. And Weed, I think I'm putting the red bit on the PGT. Correct me if I'm wrong.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 6 minutes into the spacewalk. The space station flying just to the north of Beijing on a track from southwest to northeast, inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator as we hand over between tracking and data relay satellites. On our communications network, we'll reacquire a downlink signal from the station and communications with the crew momentarily. Luca Parmitano is well into the releasing of more than a dozen fasteners holding a debris shield over the heart of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. This 2.5-hour task is the major objective of this first of at least 4 spacewalks planned to repair the cosmic ray detector.
The other thing we need is a glove and hap check from both of you.
Okay, hap is dry. I'll just look. Will it just look like baseline? I don't see any changes in the RTV.
Good words, Drew.
Give me a second, so my hap is dry, and my gloves, one, and okay, no deltas.
Okay, good words.
And Weed at the handover, we were talking about...
Here in Mission Control, spacewalk controllers are carefully monitoring the performance of the crew outside of the International Space Station along with their suits. Everything looking good. Good gloves. No issues with any moisture absorption in their helmets. Everything is looking as it should. The crew running about 30 minutes ahead of their published timeline.
Okay, I broke it torque with all the fasteners, and I'm ready for the PGT. And Drew, taking back the gold bits.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. You guys are swapping the PGT and the gold bit back and forth. Let's just make sure we got a pull test on that red bit.
Hey, I have a red on it.
You have the tool.
I have the tool. I'm on the knob.
I'm releasing this thread.
Good release, I have it.
You have the red.
Okay, PGT. And...
I'm going to put my red on your PGT, is that right?
Yep. If you get a red ready, I can show you mine and you can release mine.
Okay, I have a red ready. My red is on. Control, releasing your red.
Copy.
Coming back to you. Alright, I'm ready for settings.
Okay, and let's just verify a pull test on the red bit. And then Luca, it's alpha 2, counter 2.
Copy. I'm going to turn it on first. That'll help.
Yeah, good words. Can do the cow.
Out of monitor, into cow, speaker to cow, cow passed. Now I go counter clock, go back to motor. Video test.
Okay, Alpha 2, counter 2.
Alpha 2, I have Alpha 2, counter 2.
Good settings, and we're going to release them in the following order. We're going to start with the aft, or your left fasteners first.
Copy, it worked.
Expecting 8 to 12 turns on these. Drew, that gold bit's going in green bag, hook 3.
Copy that. I'm almost got the socket caddy moved over.
Luca Parmitano in this helmet camera view from the helmet camera on his suit, methodically making his way through this series of fasteners holding the debris shield in place over the alpha magnetic spectrometer, using a device called a capture cage in various locations. There are 3 such capture cages installed over the locations in the debris shield where the fasteners are located, that provide the convenient stowage of screws and washers from the debris shield as it is being released.
You want me to, I am under the bolt. It's the washer that is not capturing currently.
Yeah, you've got lots of turns you can put on there first, maybe another 4 even, so.
Okay, try now.
And Luca, if the washer is clearly stuck to the shield, maybe some of the epoxy, we're happy to leave it behind.
Yep, I got it.
Okay, copy.
Is a gold tool with the 12-inch the shaft, or with the rest of the shaft, is on hook 3 in the green bag.
All right, copy, Drew. And then I think the next get-aheads for you are staging things on ELC2, crew lock bag 2, and then the handrails, the 3 of them.
Roger.
The first washer and fasteners are captured.
Copy. We saw it. Looked great.
That was a very good call about giving a few more turns. That looks like the washer tends to go with the fastener inside. Makes it a lot easier, despite the epoxy.
Yeah, credit to the ground team. They're talking in my ear all the time, giving good ideas.
I'll just credit you.
Okay, I'll take it.
Two out, 4 to go.
Excellent.
You're going to feel a little bumping on me, Lucas, or be bumping you.
Okay.
Leaning forward.
Okay.
We are in full large RU bag balloon back here. Both bags are going to be open here.
Copy all. Nice to remember. Full kelp.
The kelp forest is
Yep. Full wing. For fastener number 4.
Copy.
I think we're going to need the blue tool, not long.
That's right, Drew.
That's correct, Drew.
Bag 1.
Affirm, Drew. And is that still on your BRT?
Number 4.
Copy, Luca.
I put it on. I put it on green bag hook 1 where it belongs.
Okay. We're on the plan. No, that's good. That's a good spot for it, Drew. So next thing you can expect, Drew, is to do that tool swap back. You'll take the PGT, Luca will take the blue tool.
Roger. And then APFR works not long after that.
Yeah, so then we'll have to get the GCA done and then reclock the APFR.
Way to go, Luca.
One more.
Excellent.
Anytime.
Okay, excellent. Okay, you guys can do that tool swap now.
Coming back to you. GT back to you.
Yep, let me get the PGT right on it.
receiving mine.
Drew, you're just going to keep the
PGT?
My PGT.
keep the PGT and the red bit on your swing arm.
Copy.
Okay. Jessica, do you think you can give me straight head up for this position?
Okay, head up, and the decreasing clearance there would be for you, Drew, both the wrist and the boot plate to the diagonal beam.
Okay, copy.
About how much up, Luca?
Hold on a second. Drew.
Your red is on it.
I have the tool.
Any tool to you?
Tool is mine.
Tool.
I need 50 centimeters, Jessica.
At 50, 50.
50 centimeters up. Straight head up.
Okay, I'll give you 50 up, and Drew, you can call the clearance concern if you see any.
Copy. Luca, bring the ingress aid just a little bit closer. Reshield as you get close to 50. It'll be close there, but...
Okay, starting motion.
Copy. Motion.
I'll be continuing.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 22 minutes into today's spacewalk. Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan well into the first of at least 4 excursions outside of the Quest airlock to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Parmitano has been spending the better part of the last hour loosening fasteners on several components holding a debris shield in place over the heart of the cosmic ray detector. The debris shield overlays the cooling tubes and the electronics of the alpha magnetic spectrometer, which was installed on the International Space Station on May 19th, 2011, during the final flight of the Space Shuttle Endeavour in that assembly mission, STS-134, under the command of former astronaut Mark Kelly.
Just because the install took me a little bit extra time, I think I'll start taking a look. A lot tighter in here now with all the bags.
Okay, Luca, just make sure, double check the AAF plug is still in its position, and then you can go ahead and break torque on the 2 remaining fasteners.
The AAF is confirmed same original position.
Okay, and a reminder for everyone, these are the last 2 fasteners. We're releasing the debris shield now, and we don't want to put any forces into that debris shield while you're releasing these. We could put a lot of loads on those fasteners.
I'll do my best.
Copy.
All right, Drew, you're looking for a clocking of 9 when you get to it. Rest stays the same.
Parmitano is in the home stretch of removing 13 non-captive fasteners holding this debris shield in place over the alpha magnetic spectrometer. In the next few minutes, Drew Morgan will be affixing his feet in a portable foot restraint nearby and preparing to be handed the debris shield once it's removed for its jettisoning aft of the International Space Station. The analysis that has been conducted on this debris shield jettisoning of this component, which is 50 inches by 25 inches by 7.5 inches in dimension, weighing 20 pounds of mass, indicates that it has no potential for recontacting the station once it is let loose.
I broke the torque on the first one. And on the second one.
Yeah, those don't look easy, Luca. Okay, now we're going to release the one that's furthest away from you.
Work.
All right, and Luca and Drew, sun's going to be coming up shortly here. This is your last fastener, Luca. And when we do release that debris shield, a reminder, we've got sharp edges on the back side of it, so the nut plates and the edges.
Okay, copy. Did you keep me updated on your position?
Yeah, I'm off the APFR, down behind your leg.
Okay.
Walking APFR.
All right.
The debris shield is about to be removed, its fasteners having been released. Parmitano will affix a implement called a debris shield handling aid to the shield itself. This is installed by Parmitano to provide him the capability to literally maneuver the debris shield over to Drew Morgan for its jettisoning.
Copy, Wade.
Yeah, sorry, Drew. We copied you loud and clear. That's good. So you can go ahead and ingress if you like, or we could do an inventory on crew log bag 1, your call.
Copy. Let's see. How accessible crew log bag 1 is at this point.
Yeah, let's just skip it, Drew. Why don't you get yourself set up for the pitch?
Okay, I'm down to 1 bolt.
What you see at the top of your screen is called the vacuum case on the alpha magnetic spectrometer. That does not, it is not removed, only the debris shield itself to provide the spacewalkers access to the cooling tubes that lie behind it.
Okay, I can confirm India Kilo 12 still.
Okay, thanks, Drew.
Right, Luca, and you're going to feel me pumping as I try to get into my ingress position, which is just past you now, coming over to more like your left side.
Okay. I'm trying to. You're like a moving target right now. Trying to put.
Weed, one observation, this APFR position, after clocking, it is not straight aft. It has me kind of clocked off in the 10, 20 degrees to the left.
You want to go to a yaw of 1 to address that? A yaw of 1 may clean that up for you.
Okay.
And the last fastener is out. Hit the washer.
Okay. Excellent work, Luca. Next is we're going to transfer the capture block onto the debris shield. goes into the handling aid.
Okay, it's currently ready to me, so I can do that right now. Okay, please.
And then the next step is retrieving the AAF plug and the adjustable.
We're at a yaw 1.
So I can retrieve. I can. The bayonet is locked. I use this
Okay, copy that.
on. And the debris shield then takes off, guys.
Yeah, we see it floating there. Excellent work.
Double checking the HFR. I'm afraid that I might have rolled it.
So you can just hold on to that adjustable for now. Luca, we'll give it to Drew later once we toss this thing overboard.
Yep.
So what you can do is talk us through what's on the debris shield, Luca.
We're very tight.
Hold on, there was so much motion.
And Luca, I'm going to brush right past you again. Yeah, to get ingress.
Okay.
All right. Okay, am I in contact with you right now?
I feel all the bumping. I don't know if it's you or maybe you.
Okay, almost there.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
This is Mission Control Houston.
Okay, let's just verify what's on.
This is the helmet camera view from Drew Morgan as he is preparing to receive the debris shield from Luca Parmitano to be jettisoned. The International Space Station is about to sail into an orbital sunrise over the Pacific Ocean, moving from northwest to southeast.
Engage with the capture block with 10 fastener and 10 washers, 3 capture cages, 3 fasteners and 3 washers, all right?
Okay, that looks great.
And also 3 pieces of Captain tape.
All right, bonus tape, we got it. And you've got a red on it still, but other than that, there's nothing else on there, confirm?
It is correct.
Okay, so Luca and Weed, I think that we'll be better off if I initially put a red on it while I make sure that I'm set. Just because the handoff is a little bit, it's over the shoulder here. We're a little bit blind to each other, but I see a yawn around.
Okay, so Weed, I just yawed a few degrees and retrieving the camera and the camera pointing down. That's the GoPro video. Drew, let me know when you're ready to retrieve.
Yeah, what do you think's the best? I see it coming over my head.
Yeah,
that's good.
And here's the red point if you want to red to it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm ready.
Drew Morgan now has received the debris shield from Luca Parmitano, and he's grabbing onto the handling aid that was affixed to it a short time ago by Parmitano. as he is in an articulating portable foot restraint, ready to jettison the debris shield to complete the first major task of today's initial spacewalk.
I have a camera out. Drew, whenever you're ready,
Okay.
I have you in view.
Right, so I've got my right limit that way, my left limit that way. That's straight aft. Okay, we're going to go 10 degrees this way.
Okay, we're following along. We're liking everything we hear. Drew, we'll have you double check what's on the debris shield as well. We got nothing extra on there.
So we see the capture cages, got the handling aid, I've got the capture fastener block, and I've got the piece of the Kapton stuck to it.
Hey, Drew, I don't have video, so
Okay.
I cannot maneuver at the same time, video and camera. So I think I'm going to go with the video instead.
Okay.
All right, Drew, and when you're ready, let's remove the ret.
Copy that. Let me just clear with Luca that he agrees that we look like everything is clear except for the ret.
I don't see anything. All I see is your back, but
Okay.
from what I left, all you had was the red that you put on.
Okay, the red is removed.
Right.
Okay, straight aft at 10 degrees.
All right, Drew, and when you're saying 10 degrees, that's 10 degrees outboard.
10 degrees outboard. 10 degrees outboard.
Yeah.
All right.
We're looking good. We just need the ret.
3.
Need.
Red is released. So if I have a go lead, I'll give a count to Luca.
Okay, you are go, Drew.
I'm ready.
Here's the big pitch.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Release.
And so goes the debris shield from the alpha magnetic spectrometer. The trajectory looking good according to the trajectory operations officer here in Mission Control.
Good. Exactly what we wanted. Excellent job.
All right, Drew.
The jettison occurring at 8:17 a.m. Central Time, 9:17 a.m. Eastern Time, as the station flew 255 miles over the Pacific Ocean west of Peru.
Drew, I'm going back to Space EMS.
Roger.
Okay, next thing we'll take from both of you is a glove and a hap check.
My hap is dry. No delta for the gloves.
My hap is dry. Stand by for gloves. You able to get any stills, Luke? Oh, that's right. I got a couple there. Okay, and let's look baseline, no changes.
Copy, Drew.
Once again, the debris shield that had covered the guts of the alpha magnetic spectrometer for 8.5 years is now sailing free, having been jettisoned by Drew Morgan following its removal from the cosmic ray detector by Luca Parmitano, the jettisoning occurring at 8:17 a.m. Central Time as the International Space Station traveled 255 miles above the Earth west of Peru.
To you.
Next on the docket will be the installation of handrails on the vacuum case, which is basically the ribbed section that covers the rest of the plumbing on the inside of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. The handrail installation will set the stage for other repair work that lies ahead, the more invasive surgery that will take place on the next two spacewalks by Parmitano and Morgan.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, and so you want me to check your yaws 12?
I think I'm back in 12. You sure?
Yeah, you're 12. I can see it.
Okay, good. And I don't need a GCA for the diagonal beam. I'll wait for you to be back in position, and then what I'll do is I'll put it in position. I'll just go down a few centimeters. Actually, I'll just install the major handrail and the diagonal beam handrail from this position, and then we'll go for the Venus handrail.
Okay. All right, Luca. We like the plan. We like where everything's going. You've got a few minutes, Luca, while Drew does that. There's nothing really we need you to do here, so you're welcome to take a few photos and just have a look at your new worksite now that the hood's off.
Actually, I'm going to take pictures of the worksite so you guys have a first initial view. Well, you won't have an initial view, but I'm going to be getting one now. Do you guys have a good view with my WVS?
Yeah, we've got great WVS there, Luca. Yeah, nothing specific. Just keep doing what you're doing, Luca.
Clocking of 6, India, Kilo, and then we'll back to 12.
Good words, Drew.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, the first of at least 4 by Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer on the starboard 3 truss of the International Space Station. The jettisoning of the debris shield that had covered the cosmic ray detector now in the books. The crew will press ahead after a brief respite to install handrails on the vacuum case that surrounds the instrument itself.
Okay, I get re-ingress there.
Spacewalk officers here in Mission Control report that the crew is running about an hour ahead of the published timeline, so they're making excellent work so far in what arguably is the most complex set of spacewalks since the servicing of the Hubble Space Telescope. We are receiving questions from social media on the hashtag AskNASA. Let's get to a few of them while we have a moment here. The first one.
What's the timeline looking like?
During a spacewalk, how long does depressurization last before the hatches open? This refers to when the crew is in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock with the hatch closed to the rest of the interior of the International Space Station. The depressurization typically takes about 35 minutes or so in a two-step fashion, from 14.7 pounds per square inch of pressure down to 5 pounds psi, and then after a brief check of suit systems and communications gear, the depressurization resumes down to vacuum before the hatches open to set the stage for the suits being placed on internal battery power to mark the official start of a spacewalk.
I'll talk to you in about 40 seconds.
Copy. I'll take the blue tool.
The next question on hashtag AskNASA, is this the first time the Canadarm, meaning the robotic arm on the space station, has been used to transport an astronaut to the required location? The answer, no. Canadarm2 has been used dozens of times as a transport mechanism to place astronauts at one worksite or another for access to whatever the piece of hardware is that they're attending to. The Canadarm2 has been indispensable since its installation at the International Space Station on the STS-100 mission in 2001. And for the final set of questions that we're responding to at the moment, will the debris shield that was just jettisoned head back to Earth and burn up in the atmosphere? The answer is yes, ultimately. Difficult to say exactly when. The debris shield has dimensions of 50 inches by 25 inches by 7.5 inches. It only has a mass of 20 pounds, so it will be captured by the slight tug of gravity in the lower Earth atmosphere and will burn up in the Earth's atmosphere at a point in the not-too-distant future. Please keep sending your questions in on the hashtag AskNASA. We're happy to hear from you as we continue our coverage of this first of 4 spacewalks to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer.
In one of the holes, is it going to be? I'm talking about this one. If you guys have a view of it.
Okay, Luca. Yeah, we're expecting that zip tie there. Should need to cut that one, and then the grounding wire. I'm not sure if we'll be able to just push it out of the way or not.
Well, I think that one needs to be out. You working the kilt?
I'm working the kilt.
Okay.
So big picture for both of you, we're 2 hours and 50 minutes into the EVA, and we're still tracking a 7-hour EVA today.
Copy.
Excellent. Okay, I crew lock back 2. You need
Dyno cutters out of there, Drew, for Luca.
nano cutter. All right, Luca, I should have got you that before I started digging in that other bag. Here you go.
No problem.
Keep it to the bag for now. Is it going to be a quick snip?
Yeah.
Okay, the next thing we need, Drew, is the handrail itself out of the red bag.
Okay, copy. nice when we have the trash bag on that handrail.
Yeah, no kidding. It's going to simplify things.
Yeah, we managed to get a lacing cord here, and we don't have a trash bag available. But it's just lacing cord. I think that was acceptable debris.
Yeah, fine either way. There is a trash bag in each large ORU bag if you want to grab it.
Okay, Luca. A rep for the diagonal handrail. Could you? It's coming over your shoulder. Make sure it clears. A diagonal beam handrail. All right. You.
I have it.
Have it.
Luca, you can just make sure those latches are unlocked.
Okay, all the latches are grinding, unlocked.
All right, Luca, looks good. No hammering with the gloves.
Okay.
Nice.
We are locked.
Looks great.
Back on black. Good pull test.
All right. Excellent, Luca.
Leach now. Way to go, Luke.
Through. Ready for the meter.
Copy. And we'll do the same thing again, or I'll take actually this one because of the distance, I'm going to put my rep to it.
You don't want me to rep to it?
No, I think I'll initially need to rep to it.
Okay, copy.
Yeah, the one with the trash bag.
Hey, Luca, a reminder for you in the notes here about that diagonal beam handrail. The tether point's only rated for 75 pounds, so not good for a loco tether.
Copy that.
But we can local tether to the actual handrail itself.
That's how I read it. It's just the loco tether it's referencing.
Yeah, I don't plan to rep to it.
Okay, Nader handrail, one with the trash bag, read it to me, coming off of hook 3. Probably just leave it read it to me.
Okay, we'll try that, and if I have a good maneuverability, that's my only concern.
Sure, it's open here, so.
Okay, turning open.
I'll turn the nice and long.
Okay, this needs to be.
So, Luca, how's the MLI looking there for that install? We thought we'd probably have to do a bit of cutting there.
Not there. So I think we should.
There's a hole that we're looking to line the pin with. It's at the base of that bracket.
Down here.
Yeah.
See if I can get you some cutting implements. Want to give it a try without?
I'm going to have you hold on to the. It is interfering right now.
Okay. Lock this red out more.
And do I need to squeeze both paddles to lock the?
You do not need to, but it helps relieve some of the friction. So we deem it to be helpful, but it's not required. You don't have to squeeze them at all.
Yeah. I cannot get my hand inside that.
Yeah, understood. Even depressing one should help reduce the friction.
Well, is this you? My thought.
Me.
I need to roll a little bit.
I'm going to make sure I'm not putting tension on it.
Okay, so for Luca and Drew, we're wondering if maybe something's not clearing down at the bottom where we can't really see in your WVS, and you probably can't see either, Luca. So maybe Drew, or even you, Luca, leaning forward and checking kind of down where the slider originally starts and see if we have clearance in there. And Luca, the other thing is we're just not clear on that MLI. Are you convinced that there's no MLI in the way?
Well,
Luke, I think once you reestablish in there, I think let's take it off and just take a look to see if there's any MLI that we could continue to peel back.
I mean, I moved that way, so I don't understand why it would matter.
You say it did start to slide halfway?
Oh yeah, no, I'm halfway up the lock position.
Okay, let's back it off and take a look. Still ready to it, and the trash bag is ready to it.
Okay.
I'll hold on to it. I got it.
All right, let's remove the MLI. Let's see.
Okay, hold on a second.
It depacified the answer at this point.
Yeah, we like how you're talking, Luca. Sounds good.
Right. Dyno cutters.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've just passed the 3-hour mark into today's spacewalk, which could run up to 7 hours in duration, the first of 4 spacewalks to repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer. The jettisoning of the debris shield covering the cosmic ray detector now history. Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan now pressing ahead for the installation of handrails on the vacuum case, the large ribbed case that covers the internal guts of the cosmic ray instrument. Running into a bit of a problem here at the outset as they negotiate their way through some thermal insulation to get to the right points where the handrails will be installed.
Covering the hook.
Copy. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's going to help.
You think it's going to help?
Yeah.
You can get any of it out. Not really cooperating. The knots are very tiny. You can barely put the hook inside it.
Yeah, I understand, Luca. This is fine. We got lots of time here, so just take your time.
Let's change strategy, Drew. Let's walk to the dyno counter.
Dyno cutter.
Sorry, your idea was right.
You'll be able to reach everything.
From which position?
Yeah, with the dyno cutter.
I think so.
Okay.
Hold on. 50, 50, 50. Okay, now you got it.
Okay. Over to me, and then I'll take your red.
Here.
Your red.
Here.
And dyno cutter too. Dyno cutter. Your dyno cutter.
Copy. Got it. Thank you.
do have a trash bag available now.
Okay, cool. Right.
3 hours, 7 minutes into today's spacewalk. The view from Luca Parmitano's helmet camera as he continues to cut lacing cords to open up thermal insulation surrounding various brackets on the vacuum case, the large ribbed case that surrounds the majority of the outer structure of the alpha magnetic spectrometer, so that he and Drew Morgan can install a series of handrails that will be used for better access to the instrument at the worksite when they proceed on in the next 2 spacewalks, as they cut cooling tubes and splice those tubes together for the acceptance on the 3rd spacewalk of the installation of the new cooling pump module that was flown up several weeks ago to the station on the Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft. The crew is still running fairly well ahead of the published timeline. Everything proceeding smoothly. The spacewalk today began at 5:39 a.m. Central Time, 6:39 a.m. Eastern Time, and the crew has continued to run ahead of the timeline as they move in swift fashion on the tasks associated with this first of at least 4 spacewalks that will restore the alpha magnetic spectrometer to full operation.
Peace.
This is looking good, Luca. Just like a surgeon. What was that? What was that thing that just came off when the trash bag?
It was more lacing cord.
There's a big long piece of lacing cord.
Cool. Thanks.
Richard, can you see if my left wheel is in?
Sorry, I misunderstood. Say that again.
That was for me. It's
Copy.
just on top.
Hello now.
Hang on.
Luca Parmitano continuing to use specialized cutters to remove thermal insulation that will expose bracket points to which handrails will be installed by him and Drew Morgan for the accessibility of various worksite points in the next couple of spacewalks to be conducted by that duo to install a new pump module package for the alpha magnetic spectrometer. The International Space Station currently flying 255 statute miles above the Earth, moving from southwest to northeast across the Horn of South Africa.
I think that's under the...
Well, you see, this pin right here has got to go in one of those holes, and that's why I think we need to clear that mound off, that fold of MLI there.
Yeah, so I have to cut it with a lancer or...
I see there's a couple... lean to your left a little bit. Just let me see.
I think it's underneath the bracket.
Yeah. Is this that one last tie right there, that brown one sticking up right there, is that something you could grab and pull?
This one?
Yeah, yeah. See if
that one is already undone.
So grab it with the grasping tip and then give it a pull.